I, I approve, I approve the agenda with the addition of an interim TM contract discussion at the end of our session.
Second.
We have to vote. Whoa, gotta vote.
I'm still getting a bit of an echo here. I'm not sure what's going on. Well, we'll see. It keeps coming. It bounces. I don't know why, but sometimes you're very difficult to hear. But let's try it.
Hi, thank you. Andy Scher, 23 Hazen Street. Just wanted to ask a quick question, if I may. I'm wondering if the board has completed its capital budget planning, and if it has not, I'm wondering where the potential sidewalk funding fits into that capital budget plan. Thank you.
If you're talking to me, you have to lower my hand. I can't lower it. I didn't understand you, but okay.
Hi, Peter Orner, 6 Moore Lane. It's not clear to me from the agenda, is a sidewalk discussion or walkability on the agenda, or so it's not. I wanted to support Andy's comment about raising the question of whether or not the sidewalk and safety and walkability and completing the loop is part of the capital budget discussion. And if it's out of order to mention it now, that means it's on the agenda, but I'm not seeing it, that's all. Okay, so I want to say to support Andy's comment that we would appreciate and love to work with the select board on discussing how we can complete the loop with the state support, and keep this very important issue alive, because the town wants it, and we've been working on this for 3 years. Thanks.
Thanks, Roger. I really appreciate it. My name's Fielding Essensa. I'm the new finance director for the town of Norwich. Just got back to the area. I grew up in Exeter, New Hampshire, so a little bit down the road. My wife is going to be the new assistant GM for the Dartmouth Skiway. We had been living in Jackson, Wyoming for the past 14 or so years, and very excited to be back to the area. I've been working in accounting both in public and private settings for my entire career. Started in the private sector and most recently was the accounting specialist for the largest parks and recreation department in the state of Wyoming for Jackson. So the first couple of days have been going really great. Rod and Becky have been giving me a whirlwind tour of everything, and just trying to be a sponge and soak up everything I can. And yeah, it's been very exciting, and I'm very happy to be here. So I want to thank all of you for giving me that opportunity, and I hope I can live up to the lofty expectations you guys have. And just really excited to be a part of the team. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can you explain again what's happened, why there's a difference and we're not all to sign the AP warrant? Is that what you said? So, so in other words, this was a function that Herb had worked out on his computer and it hasn't been duplicated by someone else? I'm sorry, that was garbled. I'm sorry.
Hear that either.
Hey, Roger, can I say something real quick? Thank you. So the way the AP warrants work in regards to the treasurer signing them, once the board approves the warrants, the checks are signed. That's not held up because of the way the signatures were obtained in the past. So the warrant does get assigned, but you all approve it right there at the board meeting, and the treasurer knows that it's approved, so there is no holdup in that. What's important on my side is to make sure that, either the board approves Roger to sign it, or everybody comes in at a certain specific time tomorrow or within the next day to sign it in person until we can get the sign figured out and worked out for the next time.
Just, is it likely that it would be convenient to work this out within the next couple of weeks before the next warrant is due? Or is it impossible? It's likely. Right, but what I asked Roger, within the next 2 weeks, is it more likely that you need more wiggle room, that it would, within a month, like 2 meetings, to be really nailed down? I don't know, I'm just asking. Okay.
I do have a motion, but I just wanted to point out to the rest of the board that this is not an unusual process. This has been done in the past, both when we had AP warrants that came off cycle for our meetings a few years ago, and also when we first went to remote meetings with COVID. I was granted the authority with, I think it was both Roger and I were granted the authority, one or the other of us would sign the warrant
Okay,
to avoid all of us having to physically get into the space.
be there, yes.
So in saying that, I move that we approve having the chair sign the AP warrants for this cycle.
I second.
And I move to approve the AP warrant.
I'll second.
Second. Mary.
Yes.
I vote yes.
Yes.
Abstain?
I move that we accept correspondence and the meeting minutes.
Second.
As to the minutes, I made a correction. I sent it to Miranda today. It's paragraph 9, and it should read in the center of it. Callaway said she thinks the select board should follow the requirements of 24 VSA section 1233, which says a manager shall be selected with special reference to his or her education, training, and experience to perform the duties of such office, and noted the VLCT recommendation to also do a credit check on any candidate. And then later there's a typo. It says Leighton said she doesn't feel the need to look at Francis's CV or run. It says ruin, it should be run, I believe, a credit check. I also wanted to bring forward some of the correspondence. Okay. The Rosamond Orford letter regarding the siting, I'd like the minutes to reflect that Rosamond might call the PUC clerk. There is something called the Queechy test in the PUC rules 5.105, sorry, 5.112A, which says that the PUC will determine whether a project would have an adverse impact on the aesthetics. And then there are 2 questions that follow, and one of them is, would the project violate a clear written community standard? So if Rosamond has a question, I think that this is indicating that facilities up to 15 kilowatts are handled by the PUC, and aesthetics is an issue, and the town is not necessarily overrun by the state, but that should come from the clerk of the commission. And so I just wanted that in the minutes so that she would understand that. And then the Garrett Palm correspondence about Velco. I was wondering if it would be possible to ask the DPW to contact Velco for more information and ask about, for an explanation to be posted on the listserv so that people aren't left wondering what's going on.
Okay.
Someone needs to contact Velco, I think, and get an explanation and tell people. I think Mr. Palm is looking for something, so that I'm just trying to help him. Yeah, it was on the listserv in the first instance, and so it might be that other people are interested. The listserv is there to serve.
I move to approve Marcia's friendly amendment. So moved.
I will second, yes.
Okay, thank you, Roger, and greetings to all of you on the screen here. As Roger said, I'm an executive search consultant for the Vermont League of Cities and Towns. In my previous life, I'm retired now. I served as town manager for the town of Williston for about 22 years. And I have a long history of working in local government before that as well. And I want to thank you all for the opportunity to talk about our proposal for you. And I do have like a Prezi type presentation or PowerPoint, either one, which I can switch to in a minute. But actually, maybe I'll put that up now and I can keep talking. Let's see. I got to make sure I get this right here. Okay, I'm ready to go here. So I'm going to put it up on my screen here and share it. So I want to talk about the process, and if I can suggest that if anyone has any questions as I go through this, that might be more productive because we can address the questions right away. So the process of looking for a new town manager can be a long process, and the image on your screen shows a long road, and so I'm going to probably abuse that metaphor as we move forward here. It's a process where we are, as the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, and me in particular, are going to help you to navigate this road. And I want to make sure that you don't make any wrong turns along the way and that you arrive at your destination happy. And I also want to say that finding a good match for the town of Norwich is really a two-way street. The town obviously wants to find someone that has the skills and personality that fits well with your community. But also the candidate you select, we have to make sure that Norwich is a good fit for that person as well. Because you can find what you think is the best person, and if they're not happy with their work, then they're not going to last very long. So that's why it's important to provide quite a bit of information during the recruitment process so that the candidates can learn about Norwich as well as you learning about the candidates. Our goal in this process is to be as transparent as possible. We also can, if you so choose, involve a number of different individuals within your organization. And through this process, we'll help educate the candidates, at the same time educating you about the various candidates. And we can also tailor our program or process to meet your needs if you have very specific needs. So I'm going to talk about some of the steps here in the process. And let's see, I'll advance the slide here. There we go. So I already talked about the road ahead. So the step number one is an important step. And on the bottom here, I say it takes 1 to 2 weeks. That really is almost too short a time because this is a period of reflection. You need to, and with our help, look at the job description, make sure it's accurate and meets the needs for the board. You have to take a look at the pay range. And then we also like to develop what I call position profile. And this profile talks about the community and describes the community. And we also talk about the kinds of specific skills and maybe traits that the board is looking for in a new manager. And one of the steps in doing that is for me to do interviews of all the select board members and any other key members of the community that you feel that might be helpful in preparing that information for the candidates. I also find it useful to include information about the schedule, the recruitment schedule, and information about the benefits, the major benefits that the community offers. So those are important pieces, and this is information that's good to have before you even take your first step. However, if you're in a compressed schedule, and I think Norwich probably does fit that category, we can get that part of this process started and while we're starting the next step. So I'm gonna, and of course, the other piece of this is confidentiality. For the candidates, this is an important piece because you may have candidates who are currently employed and they don't want to jeopardize their current employment with the community. And so confidentiality is kind of built into our process for that reason. The second step in our process is to begin the recruitment process, and that's placement of ads. And we will work with you in that to identify the areas that you think make sense to advertise in. And one big question I often get is, should we advertise with the International City County Management Association newsletter? And you know, I think my recommendation is going to be yes, but and I would say too that because I am a lifelong member of that association, I have a lifetime membership. I get a significantly reduced fee for placing the ad, so I would save you some money because of that. And then once the applications start rolling in, and by the way, we do this all remotely. In other words, people would submit their resumes via email. I would receive each one and acknowledge the receipt of each of these so that each applicant understands right away where they stand in the process. And as we begin to, in the future steps, I'll talk about this, but as we begin to shorten the list, I will continue to notify the applicants so they are aware whether they're still being considered or not. One thing that we might, yeah, sure. Oh, sure. Sure.
Thank you, Roger. You said an international newsletter, so I'm confused why.
Well, it's an organization that most town and city managers across the country are members of. And so if you're, let's say, a town manager in Maine or any other state in the country, if you're looking for a job, that's the first place you're going to look. And it does serve international, but Canada has a number of members, Australia, countries from all around the world, but primarily it's an organization serving managers throughout this country.
Okay.
And so that's why I think it's an important piece for advertising. Does that answer your question?
It does,
Okay.
thanks.
Okay. Yeah, and Roger, if you can let me know if anyone else has a question as we go through, because I'm going to be looking at my notes and the screen, and so I won't necessarily see everyone with questions. All right, so I'm going to move on to the next step then. And so this is the point where we start to narrow the field. And one question I often get is how many applicants can we expect? And I have no idea. I can tell you when we advertised recently for the town of Jericho, we received 22 applications. That was for a town administrator position though. And I would expect that we would get more than that for a town manager position. And so how much more, I have no way of knowing, but I think we could easily receive more than 22. And one part of the process that I think we might want to try, which we can include in the profile, is to actually set the date for the first round of interviews right away and advertise that right away. So as people are submitting the applications, they know when the first round of interviews is. That saves a lot of time because I've experienced a fair amount of delays trying to coordinate people's schedules, and so it's just easier if we can agree on a specific date ahead of time, and then schedule those interviews for that date. So and this step, you often select boards will want to set up a committee to do this. You don't have to, but you certainly can. And you can include any number of different types of people. You can include select board members, employees, members of the community, perhaps professionals in the field. There's a wide range of different options for you in this. And we can talk about that if we're selected to do the work as to who you would like on this committee. But the function of this committee is really twofold. One is to review the resumes. And if you like, we can help a little bit. Let's say we get 40 applications. I can do a quick review and maybe eliminate the low-hanging fruit, so to speak, and reduce the number to a more manageable number, say if we want to interview 8 people, for example, I can reduce it to maybe 20 or 15, whatever. And then this committee can review those resumes and further narrow it down to anywhere from 6 to 10. I think 8 is probably the upper limit of how many you're going to want to interview, because each interview you can figure on taking about an hour, 45 minutes for the actual interview, and then 15 minutes in between just to catch your breath. And that, of course, is the next step in this, is actually doing the interviews. And that's a step where we're actually there. Well, I'll be there to kind of walk you through it, review the questions you might come up with ahead of time to make sure there aren't any duplicates. Also to want to make sure that you don't have any questions that might be inappropriate. It's nowadays that would be somewhat rare, but it does happen on occasion, having an inappropriate question in there. And so that my role is to help screen those out and coordinate them so that everyone has equal number of questions and that we're all set to go the day of the interviews. And then, sure. Oh. Okay, sure.
Thank you. Just in terms of screening, I'm always concerned because sometimes, you know, there are certain attributes that actually might work well because there's often not just, you know, a degree for somebody to do X. And so in that screening process, can we work with you to define what kinds of attributes and experiences or whatever is important to us so that that would help you in the screening? Because I would hate to lose someone that might be of interest.
Absolutely. In fact, that, you know, I talked about the profile. That's exactly what that is intended to do. That's why I would interview you and the other board members, as well as any other key people within your community. And you get to approve the final version of that profile, so that I'm not just putting things that I'm interpreting. It's things that I'm interpreting, but then you're approving as a board. And that gets sent out. So yes, that will be a guide to help evaluate each of the candidates as you go through the process.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, no, this is great. I love questions. All right, so we're going to go to the next slide here down the road. This is where we're actually going to be conducting the interviews. And part of my job is to schedule them. And as I said, prepare the questions. We can, if the committee wants, we can develop a form that you can use to evaluate each of the candidates as you go through the day or a couple days of interviews. And then the last element on this is an important one. And this is something where we'd have to have a conversation with you as board members. What role do you want this committee to play? Do you want to have it at making a recommendation to the board as a committee, or do you want it individuals of that committee making a recommendation to the board? And there's a key distinction here. For example, I recently, well, when I was manager of Williston, I was involved in hiring a new library director. And in that case, I had to work with an elected board of trustees, as well as, you know, the employees in the community. And so we went through the first round of interviews, and there was a definite disagreement amongst the panel members as to the best candidate for the position. I certainly had one opinion, and there were two, I think there were two library trustees that were on the committee. They had an opinion, fortunately, that coincided with mine. The rest of the committee's members had a different idea, and I think they may have been in the majority. So if you had taken a recommendation by the committee, it would not have been consistent with who I thought would have been best for the job and the other two library trustees felt. So that's why I draw the distinction there. And there's ways we can structure that of debriefing and getting the recommendation. So that's just a key point. And then we can talk about that more later if you have any questions on that. All right, so I'm going to move on then. So once you've gone through the first round of interviews, the goal of that committee is to narrow the field down to, say, 2 to 3 candidates. And these are candidates that are going to be interviewed by the select board, full board. But the day of the interviews, you can schedule a number of different activities, and each can provide information for the candidates, but also can provide you with some information about the candidates as well. For example, you could schedule a tour of the community, say a 45-minute tour, where the candidates get to physically see the community and have a discussion of whoever's giving the tour. I've always liked to use the town planner for that. But, and then after the tour, it's a good idea to talk to the town planner to get their insights as to what they saw from each candidate. It's an informal conversation they're having, But they get a sense of the types of questions that are being asked and the interest that is being, through those questions from each of the candidates. So that can be valuable, even though they're not actually interviewing the candidates. We can also set up another interview committee. It can be a group of employees, a group of citizens. There's a number of different ways of doing that. For example, one approach I've taken is I've given candidates a written assignment. Asked them one, maybe two questions, and asked them to come back with a written memo, which they then present to this committee and then have to explain why they made the various recommendations in that memo that they made. And then the committee gets to ask them questions about their recommendations. If you have someone in the community that is maybe an interim manager or someone else that is very familiar with the workings of the community, perhaps that each of the candidates can sit down with them and talk with them for about 45 minutes to get a better sense of the job. But here again, that's someone that could be valuable as far as getting their insights as to each of the candidates. And then finally, as I said, the select board are going to be interviewing each of the finalists. And so you'll be able to get a sense directly from the candidates as to what their strengths are and how they respond to the various questions that are posed to them by your board. And of course, once you've done all that, then you have to go circle back and figure out what input you're going to get from the people that conducted the tour. And if you have a group interview who was participating in that, what were their views? And kind of do a debriefing process of each individual separately. And generally that doesn't take too long, depending on how many people you have involved. But it only takes 5 or 10 minutes for each person normally to come in and explain why they felt candidate A was better than candidate B or whatever. So that's an important part of the process. And there's a fair amount of flexibility there that we can tailor that to meet your needs as a community. So I'm going to move on to the last step. So let's say you've gone through this last step and found someone you think you'd like to offer the job to, but you're not quite 100% convinced yet. So that's why this 6th step is important. We will conduct a complete reference check for each of the candidates you want considered. Generally, it's one candidate you're really focusing on. We'll hire an outside firm, I think his name is Bill Burgess, to do a background check. And there's a whole host of different things he checks for as part of that, including a social media check, a motor vehicle check, a criminal records check, and there's a whole, and I believe a credit check is another piece of that as well. And so once all that work is done, then I will come back to you as a board and give you a verbal report on what we found in the reference checks, the background checks, and everything else. And have a discussion with you as a board again, and see if you're ready to make a decision as to who you would like to offer the job to. If you have someone you'd like to offer the job to, then we can help you with the next step, which is to begin negotiations with the candidates. We recommend that you do enter into an employment agreement. We have all kinds of samples of that, but you're probably going to want to involve your attorney in at least portion of reviewing that. And perhaps 1 or 2 board members can be involved in the negotiations. That's something that's really up to the community to work through, but we can provide a little bit of help if there's any sticking points as you go through. And I think I've already briefly talked about my background. I have over 40 years of municipal experience, including 25 in Vermont. I've conducted many searches for department head level positions. And recently I just completed one for the town of Jericho. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm looking at 4 months and worrying, and I'm thinking, if we're really organized, can we cut it down?
You can cut that down a little bit. And I've already explained a couple of ways of doing that. One is to set the date of the interviews right up front. And so I'd have to work with you ahead of time on that. I think we can maybe cut the amount of time that we accept resumes down to maybe 3 weeks. I really don't feel comfortable doing any less than that. The normal is 4 weeks, but 3 weeks, I think we could do it. I share part of your concern. Well, maybe your concern is a little bit different, but one of the concerns I have working through this process is the longer you drag it out, the more you're likely to start losing candidates. And there's a long time just in the period where you're accepting resumes. 3 weeks is a long time. But if you have the interviews scheduled like days, perhaps after the deadline of submitting these, then that you can save a lot of time right there. So I think, I can work with you to keep it as short as possible.
And presumably we could set up those debriefing protocols and all of that, so we wouldn't be inventing the wheel as we were going
Right.
along.
Right.
Use the
Right.
3 weeks.
And of course, one thing that's also at the very, very end of the process is once the person's accepted the job, they're going to have to give notice to their employer. And that can vary. I think the normal would be about a month, but I recall when I accepted the job in Williston, I gave them, my former employer, 2 months because I felt that was really what they needed. But, and of course, when I retired, I gave them 6 months. Oh. I think so. I'm not sure I'm going to answer all your questions, but I'll start with the last point that you made because that's the easiest one. I think it's really helpful to have one person serving as a spokesperson for your community. And normally it's the chair, but it doesn't have to be. But if whoever it is, that's the person I'd be communicating with on a regular basis. And so there could be a number of telephone calls or emails back and forth as we work through the process. There are going to be times when you or whoever else you designate wants to check in with the full board. And so if we're moving this process right along, that's going to be important that we get that feedback right away. And whether it can be done informally through email, but you have to be careful because you can't have a email meeting. So that's something you're gonna have to work through. Maybe you have if you have a regular meeting schedule, hopefully we can work around that schedule. Right. Yeah, and I'll be also be providing the board at least a monthly written status report. But that's just kind of something to inform the whole board. But with the chair or again, whoever is designated to work with me directly, there's going to be a lot of frequent contact at various points in the process.
Yeah, I have more a concern about the beginning of the process, actually writing the job description. We have have kind of a job description that describes many of the duties of a town manager. I think not a narrative, and I'm just wondering how we will write that as a board, like how we will articulate our kind of our hopes for what could work really well for Norwich. Is there a way to get some support for us in doing that?
Well, I'm not sure. Some of the things you may be talking about may not be appropriate in a job description. They may be part of the profile. But
Okay.
The job description, we are certainly willing to take a look at it. And if there's something that sticks out there that doesn't belong, or something that's missing we think does belong, we certainly can provide that advice.
Would that be based more on sort of typical duties, like the scope of what is expected, rather than something that's more about strategic planning or characteristics of the community and things like that?
Right. It includes duties, responsibilities. Probably the most important part is the how much experience you're looking for, how much education requirements you want to include in that. Those are really important part of the job description, because that's what when we're starting to look for candidates, those are the minimum requirements we're going to look for.
Okay.
And you often want to include some language that gives you a little flexibility too, like something like equivalent combination of experience and training. So you have but those are things we can look for and help you out.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry. This is sort of maybe the cart in front of the horse, but I'm just wondering, some people have asked questions about a town administrator versus a town manager. At this stage, is that something that we should maybe take a moment to think about, or is that something that's a bigger deal that we should have to have voted and that sort of thing?
Well, that's a pretty big deal. And I suspect it was going to require a townwide vote. And you don't, if that's looming in the background where it might be changed, I would be reluctant to want to start the recruitment process, because if the change is in the middle of that, then you're looking for kind of a different group of people potentially. I
didn't mean to suggest that is in the looming, but I have heard
Right.
people talk about it, and I just wanted to sort of hear about that. I don't even know how many town administrators there are in Vermont versus town managers.
Yeah, I don't know the number either. I don't know whether Abby has a better idea on that or not, but it's an important distinction, both for the community, but for the people you're going to attract, because the town manager has authority that's given to that person, that position, by either town charter and or state statute. The town administrator has only whatever authority is granted to it directly by the select board. And so it can be kind of a tenuous position for someone to serve in that when you're not quite sure what authority you're going to have, and that can change from board to board. But for some communities that seems to work. In Jericho, they have a town administrator, and the current board gives a lot of authority to that position. And so it's almost like a town manager position. But every town's different. But as far as a town manager form, every town is not different, because they all pretty much follow the same rules.
Yeah. Thank you.
I believe the town of Norwich has voted twice to first to initiate the town manager form of government and then to uphold it. And I think we do have people that bring up the question of town administrator. I think it's always good to have people question and want to know the value of our leadership and so forth. But my impression is that Norwich citizens are solidly, for the most part, behind the town manager form of government. So I'm just going to say that.
So, Rick, I'm just curious, if we approve this agreement tonight, when can we start?
Well, we can get started pretty much right away. My schedule, I don't have any other clients at the moment, although we have two that are in the works. But I think the community that's needing to move the fastest is probably Norwich. And so, yeah, we can get started right away.
Okay, and looking at the profile and what you, I think you mentioned having select board sitting down with the select board members to see what we would feel would be critical in a town manager. Is that something that is done via email or between you and various members, or would you recommend a special meeting for us to start that?
My preference is to do it individually, and we can do it over the phone or by Zoom.
Okay.
By email would not cut it.
Okay, yeah, all right, thanks.
Well, I think one of the first steps is to, I have to make sure that we have a clear understanding of what you want in the process. I've talked about a number of different options, so I can give you a kind of, you already have an outline of what I would propose, but there's a lot of little details. I need to get those ironed out right away and then get the schedule done and then start those interviews.
Yeah, over the different searches you've done, have you noticed some very common questions or very common traits that people look for in this process that you could share with us so we have a framework to start from?
Sure, I can do that. We looking for more?
Yep.
So I move to authorize the select board chair to sign the Vermont League of Cities and Towns Executive Recruitment Services proposal as included in the meeting packet.
Second.
Roger, first of all, thank you all for this, and I just want to quickly ask: are you going to be the contact person, or does that to be determined? Okay, well, we'll start with you and then go for it. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, good start.
Thanks,
Thank
Rick.
you. Good night.
Bye.
Thank you.
Abby. Thank you both. I move to appoint Suzanne Leiter to the Conservation Commission for a 4-year term ending March 31st, 2025.
Second.
I move to appoint Patrick Bradley to the Developmental Review Board for a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2024.
Second.
This has got to be the most minimalist application I've ever seen. So I don't even know why he's interested. Well, I think it's irregular to have the clerk of the DRB talking on the behalf of the applicant, but the applicant isn't here. In general, I think it's a good idea if it shows interest, if somebody is actually here to talk about their own petition.
Yeah.
So I wish the board would, require that.
Yes.
I vote yes.
Yes.
Abstain, not enough information.
Okay. Are there 2 seats or 1 seat? Are there 2? Okay. I move to appoint Linda Cook to the Historic Preservation Commission for a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2024.
Second.
I just think Linda's part of the history of the town. You know, she's lived here for generations. She's passionate about the town and its history, and she's part of it. So, and it's very appropriate.
Why I am interested, I will tell you, my grandfather, Comrade Cook, got me started on history and wondering why taxes are so high, why this, and I couldn't answer a thing. So I started getting interested, and by looking at the history of the town and some of the programs that had been offered for the farmers here and other people, I started doing research of how the town has the makeup. And then moved on to doing some of the boards, some of the commissions. I was a past president of the Historical Society when we were over on Church Street. I also have been a volunteer for many years, recently working on the Farm Tour project and the Barn Survey project. I learned more about our town and how the barns were built and the families utilized them. So no matter what you think you know, there's always more things out there to learn. And I'm pretty comfortable talking with people, and I'm now working with families about pictures they may have of what Norwich looked like at different times over the years. And it's been great for them, for me, and the Historical Society, gaining pictures and stories that we can preserve of our history here. And I started attending the meetings and participating, and really have enjoyed that with the group that's been working on these projects and where the future will go. So I support the Historical Society and this commission very strongly in their future growth. Thank you. Any questions?
I move to appoint Marguerite Ames to the Historic Preservation Commission for a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2024.
Clearly she has an interest in history. She's not here? Okay. When we place these ads, could we please make a notation that the board would like people to appear?
Yes.
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 Abstain? Can you just slow down a little bit? You're talking quickly behind a mask. It's
Just I appreciate the work that Rod and Roger have put into this. And I think it's better to be thorough and to really plan through, to have town council from both the school board and the town. I think it's very good. And that the ADA access is very involved, and we have to balance that against the land trust desire, or, you know, requirements to respect the natural qualities of the area. So there's really a lot to work out. I think it's possibly bitterly disappointing to families who would hope to, you know, have access for their children this fall. But I think it's better for the future to work it really thoroughly.
Thank you. I'm just hoping that the crux of this is that there will at some point be a reciprocal license agreement presented to us, that it will have a duration, and that there will be specifics about the landscape professional work that needs to be done and who's going to be paying those costs. Yeah, I just wanted the board to be aware that that would be a concern for me for the future. It seems clear that we don't know that sort of thing yet, but I just want to make sure that when it comes back to us, that's in there.
Hi there. Sorry, I'm on my phone in my car. I'm not actually out in the forest as it may appear right now. We live at 1488 Beaver Meadow Road and have 2 students in the kindergarten. I would just like to be one person to raise the perspective of a parent. I think this is far beyond fairly disappointing, as it was just mentioned. This is a real health and safety concern for those of us with students in the school who are unable to be vaccinated yet. We saw everyone involved go above and beyond last year to make every possible accommodation to push for outdoor learning in the midst of this unprecedented pandemic. My 2 questions are, what was the decision-making process that led to the necessity to suspend access this year? Respecting the need and desire to, of course, reach that ADA access, but why that couldn't continue until this improvement was made. And second of all, if there's anything being done to provide an interim access this fall, as I've heard that it sounds like the likelihood of any progress will be pushed until next September, or next spring, rather. Yeah, specifically the first question, and I can suspend the second question. It seems like the timeline is likely next spring. I guess that's more a statement than a question at this point. But what was the decision-making process to suspend access for students until this solution could be met, especially given the COVID pandemic?
Yeah, I just, it, it wasn't our decision to suspend access. My understanding is that the school, if they could not provide access to all students, then they could provide it to no students, is my understanding. So that was not this board. I believe I asked at the last meeting, can't we just extend this current agreement? And the school board response was no.
Yeah, to follow up on Chet's question, that is accurate and why providing access to all is important. We're hopeful, though, that we can still figure out a way to move quickly forward once we have mapped out what needs to be done from these permitting processes and bid processes. And I have some questions that I'm hopeful that we can shorten the process and look to ways to do so, if at all possible, and if that means the possibility of expedited permitting processes. I'd be interested in hearing more about that. If UVLT is willing to look at that, if the abutters to the property are willing to look at that, to be able to reduce the time periods that are generally required. And then with regard to the bidding process too, I understand that there are some emergency purchase clauses within the town purchasing plan that might be able to be applied to this situation. And just was wondering if that's possible once we get to that. There were two questions in there, Roger, and I'm hopeful with regard to, I'm wondering if there's a possibility of expediting a permitting process. And I'm wondering if it's possible to look at this as an emergency purchase once we get to that point and working through, because I really don't see the reciprocal agreement as the portion that's really holding the timeline back. I think we can hammer that out relatively easily between the two, or just determining the costs and nature of that. But it's just once we get to the permitting and the bidding process, I'm wondering if there are ways to go about expediting those processes. So that's my question.
Yeah, just in terms of emergency purchasing, we're still going through the financial policy and approving those separate policies. I can't remember if we finished the purchasing one, but it may be that we want to review that.
But just when shall we expect to revisit this? Like when the town council and the school board council have reviewed, or? I think yes, because I think it should be done correctly, and I think this is a way to do that. And I do think that the trail would be beneficial for school children and also other people in the town who have disabilities. So I think it's a very worthwhile effort, and I think should be done properly. So, so moved, Roger. Yes.
Just assuming that, not assuming, but with clarification that that's what the attorneys have recommended. Yes. That's a yes or no, Rod. And it will have a duration, and it will also have cost apportionment. Yeah, and obviously, who's going to be able to use it when? And the reciprocal nature of using the school. Right.
Hi. Hi, I'm Jenny Barba. I live on Turnpike Road. Can you hear me? Hi. I echo all of the parents and teachers and administrators concern for the children. The urgency of this is absolutely critical to a successful school year for 315 children who know that the forest is there, they see it, they can go on it with outside of school, and there are ways we can work as a community. Parents are willing and able to volunteer and help. We know there are rules and regulations, and those are extremely important. And if there are any ways to have emergency exemptions to certain policies and procedures, we urge this to happen for the sake of the children and the teachers as soon as possible. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that I think the whole board understands this, and we feel it deeply because some of us are parents too. So we understand, and I think what was said here tonight was that we are looking for expedite routes. And Rod's been told what to do, and we're going to investigate how to move through this as expeditiously as possible. But we're also going to do it legally.
Yeah, just one other thing, really, for the kindergarteners, this is part of their curriculum. And if they are not able to be utilizing the forest or land for their outdoor curriculum, they will miss an entire school year of their curriculum. That includes one entire day in the forest that the teachers put together. So if there are any adjacent properties where the kindergartners, and especially also Lindsay Putnam, her entire LEAP curriculum is outside. So if there's any ideas or areas from this committee of ideas or people we can bring in, please let us know.
I believe Andy was. Hate cutting in front of Andy. I want to support what the parents have been saying. I think the frustration you're hearing is something that I am frankly too accustomed to in the board. I know that you guys are trying to do the right thing, and I totally appreciate that. And I'm 100% behind any ADA compliance that we need to do. But the idea that we're not in an emergency and it isn't something that needs an extra push in terms of leadership. And I think that's what people are asking for here. So I want to lend my support to what Jenny and the others have been saying. Thank you.
Hi, Andy Shearer, 23 Hazen Street. This will be very quick. I just want to remind everyone this was the school's decision, it's not the select board's decision. So if people could talk to the school, I think that will give us more traction. Thank you.
Hi, I just want to briefly state my support for the other parents. I have a fourth grader, a second grader, and a kindergartner at Marion Cross. And my understanding, and I apologize, there's thunder, so my dog is freaking out. But I wanted to, again, thank you guys for trying to do this the right way, but also to say that, as Jenny said, this is part of the kindergarten curriculum, and this is also part of how the school recruits teachers and finds people who are a good match, and how, as the other parent had mentioned, how people choose to move to Norwich. It's a really crucial part, and I think you're seeing from the attendance tonight that there's a lot of really strong interest, and anything the parents can do to help make this possible would be.
Thank you. This is Wendy Teller Ellsberg. I live at 60 Church Street, and I wanted to thank all of you for your service. Thank you to the select board members. Thank you to the teachers who may watch this now or later. I really am trying to see it from a teacher's perspective, and I know it can be very disappointing to have had plans to be in the forest and then have to pick it in the midst of the stress of already teaching during a pandemic. I feel it's important for all of us to maintain a tone of respect and presume positive intentions. My experience with various stakeholders in this situation has been that I don't believe anyone has done anything malicious or intentionally bad. I think it's probably true that some things could have been done better, and it's really unfortunate. And I would urge us all to think about what we can do to help make it better, because we're all really just here talking for the sake of all of our children, our beautiful children. So I echo what Andy said. Let's all reach out to the school and see what we can do to help. If you're interested as a parent in lending your support to a kind of an informal group of parents interested in outdoor education at Marion Cross, you can reach out to me. I'm at wendyteller@gmail.com, or any other person who's interested in this group. There's no leader. It's just kind of a group of parents that want our kids to be outside and want our kids to be safe during COVID. So I want to thank you all again. And I hope that the situation is resolved, and I hope that we all learn something from it in the end and can do better next time. Thank you.
I Yeah, I want to just get on public record that I'm feeling as a parent that this issue, while there are regulations and process and procedures, I am feeling that we are getting told that we need to move on. It's 8:30 at night. We've all had to put children to bed. We have children with mental anxieties. It's a very stressful time for the 300 times two, potentially 600 parents in this town, plus their grandparents, that we are getting pushed aside because of a timing issue. There is a process, there are procedures, yes. There are also ways to expedite and move things along with a strong sense of leadership and urgency. Thank you. I would like to know who is leading this. We have no clear, there are many, many parties involved. We need a leader. We need someone who will say, here's the timeline, here are the steps, here's what we need to do, and let's hold people accountable. Let's get the money in, let's get it done, let's find solutions. Thank you.
I was just gonna say, to reiterate what you're saying, there's two parties here, and we're trying, from our point of view, trying to expedite it, trying to get our attorney to expedite it, and the balls will roll in as they will, but it's also the school department, and I think that's been said a couple of times, and I think everybody has the same goal to make this happen as fast as possible, but, you know, to cross all the Ts, understanding that in a pandemic, some of the Ts are crossed more quickly, but we still have two parties to get through this. And we also have the ADA, and that can't be fluffed.
It was the school in consultation with the administration, yes. That's what I said. It was the school board in consultation with the administration.
Responsible to adopt.
Yeah, I think it's efficient to do it as we go through. I wasn't too sure if this reference to contingency emergency plan number 9 was some document, or if it's just, that's going to be the 9th, proclamation or something. But whatever it is, I think that our big neighbors are going, are requiring masks, and everything is, ratcheting up together with the incidences of disease. And I think that it would be prudent for us to require masks in the buildings.
I agree with Marcia. I think also the ventilation in Tracy Hall is not good. We've all heard about that. We need to protect our employees and the public. So I would be pretty conservative about it. I would want to have masking in Tracy Hall at the very least. So, and I think with, with winter, the situation may get worse. We'll just keep monitoring it, but I wouldn't hold back on it, on the masking.
Yeah, I agree. Masks and indoor spaces for everyone.
We've already started doing that at the high school, and it's been helpful. It's been something that people have gotten used to pretty quickly. I would stress that during this time of transition for the IT system, that everybody should be made extra cautious about vulnerability to being phished, to being scammed into making inappropriate moves, that there should be no hesitation on the part of anybody on staff to call to confirm whatever emails they see. Yeah.
Rob, I'm familiar with some organizations doing training in phishing.
Mhm.
And so I'm just wondering, do you know of some, good training procedures that we could ask everybody to undertake?
My understanding is that after the event 2 years ago, that a firm called Know Before was brought in to do some training. They're the only ones I'm familiar with that specifically address those kind of areas, the areas psychological malware tricks. And amongst some of the things they do is send out bogus emails to see who responds in the incorrect method. whether or not they would have any new, whether or not we have enough new staff that talking to them again would be worthwhile. I don't know.
Might be-
Neither do I know what they charge.
Yeah, it might be good to look into a tune-up.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I believe that VLCT also provides and offers training that would probably be either free or less expensive.
I'm just wondering, one of the plan things here for our new director was to demonstrate familiarity with procedures and programs and policies. And I'm wondering, demonstrate to whom? Because it should be somebody who's familiar with all of them, right? I would hope so.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
I think Rod's analysis makes a lot of sense to me. And I don't see why we would want to, again, move forward with a professional engineer. You know, I think we need a different type of individual, need experience, but I don't think we need that level of expertise. And as he said, we could contract out for specific situations if we need that expertise. And we may have a bigger pool that way and find a perfectly qualified person. And I also liked his suggestions for advertising. So I support, you know, I just like the analysis and I like the idea that we could move in that direction.
Yeah, I agree with Mary, and I don't, personally, I wasn't aware of the friction between the two previous people. But I also, you know, because we have to go, because of how things are contracted out and how the grants are applied, I'm not sure that an engineering degree is of any value, truthfully. And I'm getting slammed by a thunderstorm, so if I lose power, I'll be off, but I'll be back because my generator hopefully will kick in.
I clicked too much. This is a question for the board. Was this the first time we'd ever hired an engineer?
I think so. I think, yes. I mean, our former director was here for decades.
Right.
I think it was his father. So, yeah.
Well, it seems to me that if we're going to have a director who's an engineer, we should have paid his fees for insurance. But oh, Claudette, are you okay?
Yeah, I am. I just wanted to say that we had absolutely no influence or input or anything when Larry was hired. It was, we were informed after he was hired.
Well, I was just going to say that if we have never had one before until this time, and as long as the person we hire knows enough to know when he needs an engineering expertise to weigh in on the situation, then I would say we could advertise and see what we come up with. I am.
Now, I'd be curious also, like Marcia was, whether or not it was just a fortuitous coincidence that he had an engineering degree and that sort of brought him to the top of the pile, but wasn't a prerequisite. It does seem like it's silly to have that as one of the requirements that we're looking for a replacement.
So you're saying he couldn't function as an engineer because he wasn't actually licensed to function as an engineer? I mean, he wasn't actually insured.
Right.
Not opposed to advertising for an engineer, but I think that, you know, if we're in for a penny, we're in for a pound, and we do it properly this time if we do it.
Yeah, I still, you know, when we go through the grant proposal processes, though, we generally have to contract out all of that engineering work. And I don't know, did we not have to contract out for that engineering work when Larry was here and we just did it anyway? Or is it a requirement of many of the grants that we apply for? And that question, I'm not sure anybody has an answer to. Well, and I don't know. I don't know, because I seem to remember that, and I have no idea if an engineer who's licensed in one state needs to be licensed in another state, or if it's just a universal license. But I seem to recall comments made by Herb that said, well, because Larry was licensed in New Hampshire, the work that he couldn't do the work in Vermont. And maybe I I don't know if I'm not correct in that remembrance, but you know, whatever. If we hire an engineer, I agree we should pay the insurance. That's number one. But I'm also willing to expand the pool to non-engineers for sure.
Mhm.
Does that help?
I just looked it up and it says that they're licensed at the state and territory level. So I think that so I guess my question would be, you know, cost benefit analysis. Are we using one enough that it pays to just have one on staff? We can't have one of everything on staff, but if this is something that's important, then maybe we need it because it would save us money. And if that's not the case, then, you know, don't advertise for an engineer. So I think we need to have maybe a bit of data that says we use one this many times a year, or we could use one, or we have had to contract out for one. Because it looks like we've been wasting money by having hired an engineer and then used contracted help when we needed to have an engineer. And that's just totally wasteful.
Ooh.
I wish he would do an analysis to figure out how many times a year we have had to use an engineer, and then, you know, see if that is offset by having one on staff.
I think I probably wouldn't need that explicit analysis that Marcia is calling for. And also thinking about the projects, for instance, the engineering that was done for the Beaver Meadows sidewalk, it seemed as though it wasn't one engineer, you know, it was several. It seemed like it had to be a group effort, and to have a person who's an engineer, who's your Department of Public Works director, with the work that goes into that, and then expect that one person to do preparation for a large project seems to me unreasonable. So it might have been good to have a professional engineer just to look everything over in town, but it may have been maybe just not the best move on Herb's part, let's just say that, to go in that direction. It might have sounded better than it was in actuality.
Yeah, I don't know where the analysis, I guess I would even go further back from that. And in that, if, to Mary's point, having an engineer, will the time that is in, as a DPW director, will the time that that director is committed to reviewing plans really take away from the day-to-day operation that is needed at DPW? And so we also pay not Two Rivers for a lot of engineering work, and that would be a duplication. So I guess I'm not sure where I don't know.
Maybe just cut to the chase and ask Fielding to come up with the amount of money that we've spent on contracting out for an engineer over the last 5 years. That can't take too much time. Well, I mean, if it's $20,000, then I think we don't need an engineer. If it's $100,000, we need an engineer.
Yeah, and just to point out, it's going to depend on what your projects are year by year. So it's not going to be apples to apples comparison. That's the other problem. So, 1 year you might have a lot of projects and you need a lot of engineering work, and the next year you might not. So,
right.
Right. So can we amend the advertising to say engineering degree or comparable practical, whatever the language would be? So that would be my suggestion.
I'd just like to hear what Rob Gear thinks.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, if I look at it and just guess at what happened, I think Larry was looking for an end of career job to fill out a few years. He wasn't being told that his engineering degree was required, but it was thought of as a benefit to hiring him. And I don't think there probably would have been an expectation that he would use it any differently than just normal experience in performing his job. And it's silly to think that we're going to find that kind of a candidate in the pool right away. What we need is a good DPW manager and director, and whatever experience or extra degrees they have they're just bonuses, and maybe we have to pay them somewhat for that ability.
I was just going to say that the reference to 2017 is, I think, important, because if we had to have a lot of engineers around, then it wouldn't have done any good if we had one engineer on staff. So, maybe just advertise and see what we get. But if we hire somebody who is qualified, then I think we have to be prepared to say, well, we either are or we aren't going to pay the insurance so that you can act as a licensed engineer. And presumably, because of qualifications, that has a bearing on the amount of salary the person gets.
And the job description.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'd just like to look into whether we've been doing an adequate job with our designated fund levels, and make sure that, or try to do a good job of paying for the capital decisions that have made in the that have been made in the past, that we're not getting behind in any areas. So that's my main thing. Because we did cut back when the flooding happened, which I was kind of nervous about at the time. And then, you know, I think the way that costs go up of everything, health insurance and, you know, the consumer price index and everything, there's going to be an increase anyway. And then if you cut your designated funds and don't replenish them, then suddenly you might have to take a big leap to get them back in line. So I'm concerned about that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm concerned about finishing our master financial policies, and especially the capital budget one, because I think, you know, Rod had it on his plan to talk to the new financial director about that, the developing a capital improvement plan. And I think it all flows from that, and we need to finish it.
Yeah, I guess my concerns, what is out there as an existing capital budget and plan, is not sufficient for what we need to discuss. And I knowing that we have ARPA funds in the mix, might make things a little bit easier, but we as a board never did discuss any kind of prioritization or we never had any discussion about that capital budget and plan. I don't believe we ever received an inventory of our capital assets. So those are things that I think are critical for us. We had a very good plan from the fire department for vehicle replacement. So it almost feels to me like we're going to be starting back to at square one for a capital budget and plan. The operational budget, you know, it's the way we finance designated funds kind of meshes the two plans together in a way that is probably not really a great idea. So I I don't know if there's a way that we can address the capital budget and plan that makes a lot of sense, or we should just really pare it down to vehicle replacement plans, financing plans, and or other major capital projects like the sidewalk. So I think we really clearly need some help here. Whether or not that would be delivered with an interim town manager who's like, no offense to Rod, I thank you, Rod, for stepping up, but I don't think this is in your wheelhouse. It may be, and maybe you can provide us with some great guidance, but If not, is there a way that maybe VLCT can connect us with a resource that could really help us develop a real capital budget and plan?
I'll just also build on what Marcia said, kind of about unfinished business. So also our debt management plan, we left up in the air. So we couldn't figure out what would be an appropriate amount of debt. The ARPA funds mean that maybe we wouldn't have such debt, but I don't think we don't really have a strategic plan. I don't think we really have a handle on, the condition and the appropriateness of the structures that we have now and their functions. And we have a lot of relics, I would call them relics, just from the past. And I don't mean to be insulting, but I think the fire district was kind of put together in an era where I think the village was thinking about improvements, but the outlying areas were not involved in that. So it kind of became its own entity. There are a lot of aspects like that where it kind of takes a larger global view. And then we also just have the day-to-day realities of paying for everything and increases. So we could use a lot of guidance. I really agree with Claudette on that, but it might be in several different areas. It might be strategic planning, capital planning, and budgeting and policy. Like all those areas really kind of need a big redesign. And I don't know how you get advice on that, but I think to do a really good job, I think we need to be active in all of those areas and informed in all of those areas as well.
I think we might shortcut the process if we just got a list of what's insured to start with, and then take that list and just do the hard work of have a special meeting where we sit down and make an Excel spreadsheet where we say, these are all the things that are insured for this amount, and then turn to the departments and say, all right, when do you, just tell us, when is this one going to be dead? When are we going to need whatever? And then we also have to step back and say, what is it that we think is a priority for the town? And that would include things like sidewalks and, whatever else people think is a priority, and then put that on a list. But I think that sort of functional list has to be used in conjunction with a really strong capital budget plan, which we don't have, or policy. And so I think we need to basically schedule a special meeting and have those things at our fingertips. Maybe one meeting to finish these financial policies, the debt policy, as Mary says, as well as the capital budget one. And then another meeting to just sit down and make an Excel spreadsheet and then tell the departments what's missing.
Right.
Well, I understand. I don't want to talk about all the wheels either. I just figured that having the, knowing what we have insured would give us a better idea. The other thing that I don't think anybody ever really talks about is the condition of Tracy Hall. I don't know what, the roof doesn't look so good. The, and I don't think that the air quality is very good. So I think, I'd like to see that somehow factored in.
Go to Mary. I forgot what I was going to say.
Go, Roger. Okay. Okay. Shall I speak? In terms of Tracy Hall, it's not only condition, it's function. For instance, if we did strategic planning, we might decide that maybe a higher purpose for Tracy Hall is a quite energy efficient community center. Like we might reevaluate the functions of it and renovate the inside, try to keep the exterior historic, but do something different on the inside, maybe relocate a few of the town offices. But that kind of thinking is more, that's more, I think, strategic planning. And it's not just saying, oh, nobody can, in Tracy Hall can breathe very well, which might be the exact reality, but it's also, thinking a little bit more broadly about how our assets are used and what their functions are.
Yeah, I remembered what I was going to say. And funding sources. It's not just, there's loans, there's bonds, there's purchase outright, there are municipal leases, which I don't believe we've ever had any discussion about, where if you lease a piece of equipment, it's yours at the end of the lease and not returned. That's never been in our discussion that I recall. So, I think we as a board really need to determine what it is that we believe need to be included in our capital budget and plan. Vehicle replacements, infrastructure maintenance, possibly sidewalk. Prioritize child, right, but that doesn't seem to, you have right, that could be the 5-year piece, but we need to and then we need to prioritize them, and then we need to figure out cost or funding mechanisms. So all of that, and yeah, so essentially we are going to be starting from scratch, I believe. Well, that gets to my question, can VLCT, or is there somebody we can look to for essentially the expertise to walk us through this or to help us through this?
maybe we'd be able to do a kind of a visioning process, but not actually, make some moves and think that this year with the staff shortages, we have to be very minimalist in what we actually do. But that shouldn't prevent us from thinking about the future and thinking about sort of broader issues about the town. I don't think those are mutually exclusive.
I tend to go back to statute, and I think we're only supposed to do basically what we've asked money for particular things to do. And so it seems to me like we have money available and it's for certain things and some of it's discretionary. So we should look at what's available and what needs to be done and then make a decision based on priorities. And what we're almost talking about here is more of a long-term process, which I don't think maybe needs to be done in October or November, but we do have to be thinking about what is it that we want money for that we're going to want to be putting on the warrant so that we have designated funds approved that we can then spend based on the priorities we've decided.
Right.
Yeah, it just gets, but it gets to my point of funding sources. We definitely, if there are so many options for funding, but I know I'm getting into the weeds and Roger wants to lift us above the weeds.
Well, I think we can only practically pay for what we can pay for. So we can be practical about that and try to maybe have some creative financing, as Claudette says, or look into things like leasing. For instance, leasing maybe that would also give us the flexibility on buying vehicles that are more energy efficient. If we could lease them and, if there's an improvement, we let go of one lease and start another, that sort of thing. So I think that sort of dealing with the practical matters are what are our costs? What are our, what's the condition of our assets? How can we keep up with our designated funds or other means of financing? That's pretty obvious. And I think we can do that. And we might do it more minimally since we are short-staffed. We can't be hugely ambitious about it. But I still think for the future, things could open up. We have the ARPA funds. We will get staff. I have confidence we will get, a town manager, a DPW director will put things in place. And I think that in the future, there could be some changes that could be made. So I don't, it's almost like you have to be practical, but I don't think it's a necessity to stop thinking about what would be good long-term planning for our town. What would be a benefit for the future, including things like sidewalks, including things like a possible community center. So I don't know. Yeah. Good.
Thank you, Cheryl Lindbergh, 59 Koch Road. A couple of thoughts. I know when Neil Fulton was town manager, we did do some leasing. And I think we did leasing that we didn't buy at the end. I think we leased to let it go. I'm not 100% sure, but there is that option. And I don't think leasing has to go through the same process that you have to go through when you want to borrow. I also want you to understand that while VLCT is a great organization and all, there are other organizations and associations that I'm familiar with, like Vermont Government Finance Officers Association and the New England States GFOA and the National GFOA. And there are people that I can get connected to come to a meeting and talk with you about budgeting if that is something you would be interested in. Those connections are available. They're always willing to help municipalities. We had a capital budgeting workshop last year, and there are some great work that gets done in Vermont by finance directors and towns that are right in our own state. And I know that they would lend a hand. I can forward you some PowerPoints that you could look at. So, you know, I think what you're talking about, the process you're talking about is all great. And I think getting the inventory of assets and all is very smart. So I just want to offer that assistance to sending you all some PowerPoints and, you know, the budgeting practices that GFOA wants you to use to make a great budget for your town. So.
I like that.
Hi, Andy Shear, 23 Hazen Street. I do appreciate this discussion, and as a member of the public, I guess it strikes me that there's going to be always the public wanting to bring forth ideas and things and priorities. And I'm wondering, is there a way that the public, could see this document if you have it once it's created, or, you know, figure out the process, because you're always going to be hit with people saying, oh, we got to get the sidewalk. Oh, we got to get the septic system on the school figured out. Like, so, you know, just figuring out a way to engage with the public and let them be sort of a part of the process, because they're always going to be bringing forth ideas. I mean, they're your kind of feelers out in the world, out in the town, to sort of identify what some of those capital projects might be. And so, you know, and then sort of engaging them and enlisting them and to help with that process, you know. So, you know, is it time to apply for a sidewalk? I have no idea. Who knows? You know, can the town do it? I don't know. Like, we're, you know, this group I'm with, quite frankly, we're talking about, you know, applying for a warrant. Is that a good idea right now, or for an article for next March? I don't know. You know, is it gonna put the town in a difficult position? Is it gonna, you know, hit us back in the face? Like, it, you know, I think it helps everyone to sort of open up those lines of communication and figure out like how to best discuss some of these large capital things. So anyway, but I do appreciate this discussion. Thank you.
I keep thinking about Dan Frazier's organization for, you know, having people in different areas of town with a little captain or whatever. I mean, I just think if that's set up, Why can't we use some of that to feed us information, to just ask people, can you just ask your neighbors, you know, what's important to you? And I think that kind of feedback would be important to hear.
Super fast. Public radio, every once in a while, they will just have an open air thing and people just call in and just tell them topics that they want them to cover on their public radio shows. So you could just have an open thing where you say, all right, we're just taking ideas from the town, submit your ideas between this date and this date. And, you could, you're not commenting on it, you're just receiving. So it's just an open forum for people to be heard, and you can do that. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Roger. I know it's late, but with respect to what Marcia and Andy are talking about, just want to remind everybody that that our group has put in 3 years. We did a town survey that was open to everybody in town. We had a petition with over 200 signatures. So we've been doing a lot of the work that you guys are talking about already, and so we just would appreciate if that would be a part of the conversation. Not only that, but multiple, at least 2 votes from the select board in favor of moving forward with completing the loop. So just want to put it out there that this isn't, we're happy to keep going, and we will, as Andy's suggesting, but we also are on record with a great deal of support. And I thank you guys for listening tonight. Thanks.
Master financial plan, please.
I move to accept a gift of $2,000 to the John Girard Fund.
I'm sorry. Was that in the packet, or was?
Yes, it was on the agenda for number 11, and then it's on the sheet 11. Wasn't really.
Yeah. I mean, there was nothing in the packet itself about information about this gift.
I don't think so.
I'm sorry. It might, but I can't understand you.
Yeah, you got to speak into the microphone, please. Okay.
say that question again that Kathy?
And Cheryl can probably answer this too, but it seems to me this is being given to the town and administered by the town, ergo we're responsible for knowing how it's spent. It's really a safeguard to make sure that monies are spent wisely, or, you know, they're not just given and lost.
Cheryl Lindbergh, yeah, Marcia sort of said the words that, you know, this money is under the tax ID of the town of Norwich. It is under the legislative responsibility of the select board. And again, if you went back to John Girard's obituary, there was a message about what the funds would be used for. And that was, you know, the reason for the fund to be established, but I'm not always sure that that's what the money has been spent on. So again, getting back to an earlier discussion, designated funds, what's their purpose? What are they supposed to be used for? And being under the town. I'm not gonna, I'm done.
Oh, Roger, I just clearly, Mrs. Girard needs a response to her email. Who will be responsible for that? Will it be Bree? And answering her question about why the select board is now involved when seemingly they weren't in the past. Thank you.
I second it. second.
Recording stopped.
I move to enter public session. Am I too soon? I move to enter public session.
A second.
I'll wing it if I'll try. I move to authorize the select board chair to
Fine.
to write to to sign the letter of intent with our interim town manager as so moved. Yeah. I didn't say it right. I move to authorize the select board chair to sign a letter of agreement with our interim town manager. For counter signature by our interim town manager. That doesn't sound right.
It sounds ratty.
Yeah. I withdraw that motion. Hold on.
Maybe just write it out or something.
That's what I'm gonna do right now.
Hard, so delete.
Okay, let me try this one. I move to authorize the select board chair to present a letter of agreement to the interim town manager with an effective date of August 31st, 2021. That work? Or September 1st, sorry.
For counter signature by the proposed employee.
But if you could. Second.
I didn't hear that amendment. Okay, I'm good with that.
Does the letter say August 31 or September 1?
September 1.
So I would propose to change the date to August 31, 2021.
Rob has to second.
I would propose seconding the amended.
No, I'm having so much fun.
I
I move to adjourn.
second. We have to vote though. We have to,
Good night.
thanks, everybody.